present. There's 3. We do have quorum. 5:33. Go ahead and get started. The Pledge of Allegiance. Could I get a student to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Anyone? Bold enough, brave enough. Thank you. Mr. Walls, would you be so kind to lead us in the prayer, please? Take a minute to go over the agenda, please. Mr. So, have you reviewed the agenda?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. We're going to take a minute here.
With that, could I make a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Walls, are you okay with that? Have you gone with?
I would like to pull item B from the agenda for my further study and consideration.
Item D, as in Delta.
Yes, sir.
That's why 2024-2025 Impact Aid Indian Policies and Procedures by Dr. Belinda Begay. You're wanting to pull that?
Yes.
Okay, are you asking for that to be done on a later date?
Please.
Mr. So, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. My question on that, and this goes to the superintendent and the leadership team, is if this is an item that needs to be approved, we probably should, because I think we're coming up on a deadline to have all this filed probably by January. Is that correct?
I'll go ahead and, am I on here, Jared? I defer to Dr. Begay for the answer to that. I know she's online.
Yate, good evening. Yes, we do have a deadline as this is part of the Impact Aid application, and the Impact Aid application is due in January.
What date in January?
It's usually towards the last part of the month. This is a requirement it's a requirement for the application.
If it's not due until the end of the month, we have another board meeting to approve it then?
Repeat this.
If it isn't due to be voted on until the end of January, then we should have another board meeting.
Dr. Begay, when's the exact deadline?
January 31st.
Okay, so
But I don't know if Herbie's on. She usually sends it before that day.
I understand that. It still gives us, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks before it's due? Superintendent, before the January board meeting?
Yes, sir.
Would you believe that's ample time?
I'm not the one submitting it, so is Ms. Ellison here? Kirby's not here at the moment. Is she online? Cause I know she's gonna be here.
Yeah, I guess my question is, are there any major or substantive changes to the impacted policies and procedures? Because if there isn't, it seems pretty standard business to approve it.
Did you concur? That's ample time?
I
Couldn't understand.
I didn't understand it.
Did you hear Mr.
Yeah,
Simpson?
yes, are there any major or substantive changes to the impacted policies and procedures? Because if it's still the same as it was last year, I'm just a little bit curious what the holdup is gonna be, or the reluctance to approve it tonight.
I'm sure there's no holdup. I'd just like to understand it a little better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks. Okay, I was just informed by Ms. Ray that the regular board meeting is on the 16th, which technically gives us 2 weeks, 14 days, to be able to approve that before it's submitted. Not to certainly push it aside, but I think that's ample time, so we can have enough conversation about that and delve into that to make sure that Mr. Wells is clear on exactly what it is and the information he would like. Are you okay with that, Mr. So?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm good with it, but
Okay.
maybe this, maybe Berlinda can provide a quick summary about what it is. That way that Mr. Wells has more information going into January, because I'm sure she has more details about today that might even answer some of the questions that Mr. Wells might have.
Okay. We'll go ahead and do that then. Someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the change of pulling D from the reports, and also, I don't see it on the consent agenda. Oh, there it is. F, which would include pulling item F. Someone like to make a motion to, again, amend the agenda.
Make a motion to amend the agenda with the changes. This is Suzette Haskey.
Could you clarify, Ms. Haskey?
I would like to make the motion to accept the agenda with the changes.
Okay, thank you. Second?
I'll second that.
Very good. The motion has been adjusted and changed, and motion made in the second to pull item D and F from the consent agenda. So with those changes to pull, would someone like to make the a motion to approve the agenda as amended? That was just, the first one was to pull it, the second one is to approve the agenda itself.
I make a motion to accept the agenda.
And I second.
Pulling those two items.
Very good, Ms. Ray, did you get that? All right, vote a roll call. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now, I will clarify, because I didn't do it on pulling it, Ms. Ray. Since we did make the motion and the second was made, we're going to clarify this vote for amending the agenda itself. Vote a roll call to the original amendment. Mr. Wells? Yeah. Simple yes.
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yes.
All
Well,
right.
in the alternative, as maybe we can have it as just a report. That way, we don't take any action. That way, Mr. Wells, we get at least an understanding about what it is for the first time. Just some thoughts.
And for everybody that didn't hear that, and especially Mr. Montoya, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
So Mr. So made a recommendation that the report be given, and that, and it wasn't a motion, but it was a recommendation, so you could talk about it, I imagine. But the report be given, but then it would be pulled from the consent agenda. And just so that would just be given the report.
So in order to do that, we need to ask Mr. Wells if he's willing to amend his initial motion.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay, so you're amending your motion to pull from the reports so that we can have it read?
Yes, we can go ahead and read it if we just don't have to vote on it tonight.
Very good. We're clear, Ms. Ray. Okay, so we're gonna vote on that as a clarification. So your initial vote was yes.
Affirmative.
All right, and Mr. So I believe was yes as well. Ms. Haskey?
Just-
Yes. Yes for me.
Thank you. We got that, Mr. So. Ms. Haskey?
Yes, yes
Okay.
for me.
All right, thank you, and my vote is yes too. Thank you, Ms. Ray. Moving on to item 2, comments from the audience. Ms. Ray, do we have any comments? No comments? All right, on to item 3, board member reports. Ms. Haskey, do you have any reports?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, Mr. So, any reports?
Yeah, just real quick about the New Mexico School Board Association conference. I thought it was a very good conference. We covered a lot of topics, whatever topics that went through some of the different priorities for the upcoming legislative session. Title IX, the state equalization guarantee board member, and ethics, conduct, and so forth. It was a very worthwhile conference, and I definitely learned a lot, even though I've been to these conferences before. So I think that those are some of the topics we can probably apply as we proceed throughout the course of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Would you like to add anything to your reports?
I have nothing.
I'll add something.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you
Haskey.
for,
Go ahead.
thank you to Board Member So for reminding me. There are some, again, from the New Mexico School Board Association Conference, there are several items that came up, things to consider. And one of the hot topics also was AI in schools. So it would be really good to find out how AI is being utilized in our school, and then for, as a board, to look at the policies. Also, there was a book recommendation that I am right now reading that I would like to, like the superintendent to purchase, and then maybe the board can go through it. So it had things to improve the school district with, and prioritize. And there were other, using the board's policies and so forth. So that was, those were really good suggestions that were made in the conference too. So on top of what Board Member So had mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haskey. I have nothing further to add, again, to that conference. Although I will say, in defense of our educators, I did challenge the current interim Secretary of Education. I believe would be the correct verbiage.
I think she's actually voted in as the.
Was she?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. The Secretary of Education about one of the educational strategies that our teachers have to go through, LETRS letters, which, quite frankly, in my humble opinion, I disagree with on how it's implemented, because I believe that our educators certainly have enough strategies to utilize in those classrooms to teach reading and phonetic awareness. So just know and understand, to me, in my opinion, that takes away from local control when it's being dictated and mandated by the state of New Mexico and the PED. That's one thing I do not like. It's one thing for them to set a standard. It's another for the district to try to attend to that and reach those standards on their own. And I believe in differentiated instruction and the utilization of the professionals that we have in this district, led by the superintendent, the principals in the buildings, and the teachers in the classrooms to teach our kids So with that, I have nothing further. We'll go ahead and move on to, oops, I'm sorry, Superintendent, do you have a report?
I do. I'll make it fairly brief this evening. This report is for the people in the room, but also for folks who might be listening, who've been kind of tuning in. I've heard some rumors about the first thing is that what's going on with the flood. We all know that the district offices were, anybody in this room been displaced by the flood? Anyone? Got a show of hands. Not that many. Push your hand up all the way, people. Come on now. I'm sharing a conference room and a vehicle and another conference room as my office at the moment. So we would all look forward to having our offices back. The movers are going to come out tomorrow. All the flooring has been finished. The painting's been done. They're coming out tomorrow, and they'll begin moving folks' equipment and furniture back into their offices. It will take a little while. We anticipate occupying everything at the beginning of January, whether it's the week of the 6th or the week of the 13th, but it will be very soon. So for those of you who have questions, there you go. And for those of you who've been displaced, thank you for your patience. I know it's been difficult. Also, speaking of construction, Mr. Rodney Armenta informed us yesterday that the 4 units behind the administration buildings that were being worked on are now completed. So we have 4 more units of teacher housing completed, which is fantastic. You can clap on that if you want. Thank you. And you can clap on these too. So we have some student achievements, and I don't usually do that for these, but I'm going to go ahead and just relay just a few of those because I think it's important to do that. Shiprock High School competed in the stock market game and achieved first place. Tallahatchie King and Dratum Nakai, did I say those right, Ms. Gallagher? Thank you. Achieved first place in the stock market game for their region at the SIFMA Foundation. As seniors, they were given $100,000. I'm assuming that's not real money? No, not real money. Okay. To invest, and they successfully grew it to $140,000 within the time allotted. So 6 weeks, that's way better than the person I'm using, so they can give me a call. Good job. Also, congratulations to Sabatai Lady Warriors for finishing first place in the Basin Championship, coming out on top and beating the Kirtland Middle School Lady Broncos, who took second. You can give them a round of applause too. Good job, TBA Lady Warriors. The BPA regionals happened with 33 KCHS students participating in regionals, 28 placed with 15 students taking first place. Many students will be advancing to state competition. Go Broncos. Don't forget, just some informational things. Tomorrow, there's the next stakeholder meeting, the community stakeholder meeting at Bond Wilson Technical Center at 5 o'clock. Everybody's invited. Also on Thursday in Eva B. Stokely Cafeteria at 5 o'clock in Shiprock. Those are the last 2 meetings for the winter. Also at 7 o'clock tonight, the Farmington Scorpions are coming here to Kirtland to take on the Lady Broncos. So if the meeting is a quick meeting, we can all go and attend that, hopefully.
I'm trying to hurry.
7 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Montoya, and that's all I have.
We're making fry bread too, so.
Oh, there you go, fry bread. That's another reason to be there. And that's what I have. Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Very good. I would also like to mention that this past weekend, I believe that's when they had the Basin Wrestling Tournament. And I was very fortunate to attend that. And I got to say that both Kirtland and TBA has some very good wrestlers. Quite a few of them placed from both sides. So congratulations to them. I will say, though, that the facility that they utilized was a tad bit too small, kind of like sardines. Next time, consider having it at the high school.
We will do that.
Very good. Other than that, I appreciate everybody's response. Moving on to item 4, KCHS Wrestling Booster Club, Valeria Robinson. Yes, ma'am. The podium is yours.
Hi, I'm Valeria.
Valeria?
Yes.
My apologies.
It's okay. I was actually at the basement tournament this over the weekend and helping. And I'm Rachel Hall. I'm the president and she's the vice president. And I'm the new elect vice president. And I'm the chapter house right across the river. I'll be inaugurated January 10th. I'll be up there and maybe come more to the board meetings and be more involved. So I just want to get started on, right now I have 4 children in Central Consolidated School, and they are, 3 of them are active in wrestling and 1 of them is in cheer, so hence the fry bread sale is for cheer. One of the main things I wanted to go ahead and let you guys know is that we are trying to instate a booster club for the high school wrestling team. And just wanted to see if we could get your blessing or if we could get that approved. One of the things that we are focused on is possibly getting jackets, shirts, pants, possibly having like a banquet at the end of the year. And as the years go on, I'm in here for the long haul. My youngest is a 7th grader, so I intend to do something for the wrestlers and for our community to kind of come together as well.
My youngest is in 4th grade, so we do the league in middle school. I have a middle schooler and a high schooler, so I'll be in there for a long haul too.
So I'll probably be there. I was like, I know some parents and like her kids, they're in the youth program. I do want to expand this to the mid school and possibly to the elementary later, but for now, since we've just started, we're gonna focus on the high school this year and come to another meeting and expand on the middle school and the elementary side.
Can we also help other booster clubs like the cheerleading?
Yeah.
And, yep, we kind of just help out each other out.
So that's like something I noticed like in our community. I actually spoke with what's her name? Miss Begay. I don't know if you guys know Miss Begay in the Kirtland Central High School. Anyways, she didn't know that Kirtland Middle School had a wrestling team. So I just want to make sure that our wrestlers don't just sit in the back burner. I was in school. I graduated in 2006 from Central Consolidated at Kirtland, and I didn't really know much about wrestling, and I'm willing to put them on the map and kind of make it a better program for the kids, and that's what our main focal point is for the kids to get their funding, and later, as the years go on, to also maybe provide monetary donations that we're going to collect to put them into wrestling camps.
Good. All right, open it up to the board. Mr. Wells, comment?
Yes, not wanting to throw a wet blanket on this, but state regulations and is that all booster club funds
Yes.
go into one
Yes.
collective group?
Yes.
You're aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
And I'm aware of the Title IX, and that's why it's stated as KC Wrestling Booster Club. We will be covering both the boys and girls team. So if the boys are going to get something, we're going to make it known that the girls they're going to get something as well. So it's going to be equally distributed. And if I have to start something separate from the middle school and the elementary, then so be it.
Okay. When I was a parent, kids over there, for a while they had booster clubs separate.
Yes.
Football booster club was their own entity and raised their own funds and did what they want. But since then, the state requires that all booster clubs have to be sharing funds within the school.
That's not what I was communicated. What I was communicated was that is why that I started with the state, and I did in articles of incorporations, and we have our own club name. I'm aware of the KC Football Club. They do have their own. We don't get any monetary donations from them. All that is separate.
From what I learned at the recent conference in Albuquerque, that all booster club funds in each school are combined and then divided from there.
I know that if we are raising funds, we have to be specific. We can't really use your name or like the Broncos or KC. We have to first have approval by you in order to do that. And I was just told that like the soccer team, they have their own, the football team, they have their own. So I wanted to do something for our kids. I wasn't aware of that change.
I understand your wants. I just want to make sure that, from what I understood, it's supposed to be all one booster club. Let's make sure that we understand what it is and don't go into it thinking it's one thing and then it turn out it's not.
So are you saying that the funding that we get, we have to share with the football team as well?
That's my understanding, and the football team has to share with the
Because we
wrestling team as well.
do, we could look into that some more, but from what I know, the soccer team has their own booster club. I think it's the girls and the boys, they're separate, and the football team has their own booster club as well.
Mr. Carlson,
Sir.
can we make sure that that's clear in respects to what they're trying to do and how that's fun? I know has to be equal for both male and female in respects to the distributions of Title IX equally. But can we get some clarification before we make this decision? I understand what they're trying to do. I get that as well, and I also get Mr. Wells's point, but we need to make sure we're absolutely dotting the i's and crossing the t's before we do this. So if we could give them some guidance, please.
I think that they can go ahead, we can go ahead and approve their forming a booster club and all of that. My only concern is that we know up front what is required and what the outcome is going to be. So.
Okay. Well, we already filed for a 501c3. We're a nonprofit. We got our paperwork in line. We have an EIN number, tax number that we already established with the 501c3. And I've submitted paperwork to the state, so we're known by them as well under the Articles of Incorporation. We're covered federally under the 501c3, and yeah, that's the IRS. And then today we just opened a bank account.
Okay. All right.
And then that's what I was trying to get at. So when we do fundraising, like let's say like we're doing the cheer for Red Cell, for example, all that we're just helping, or all that money, all the Fry Bread money, that's under the coach's account. So from what I've talked to many people about was that is not Booster Club related.
There certainly is a possibility that I misunderstood the instructions that were given.
Yeah, because I think that's the one you're talking about.
Let's just make sure that we know what we're getting into going into it.
We know everything's separate, there's different, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Haskey, any comments?
I don't have any comments, but thank you for all the information that was shared.
Mr. So.
Yeah, I just want to express my support for what the parents and students are trying to do. And as Mr. Will said, I think we can get the green light to approve this item and get the ball rolling, basically. But there's probably like a few more steps you got to go to make sure all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted, but I think it's good to go. Again, I just want to express my support for this group. Thank you.
All right. I have no further comments, but thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it. And we can get going.
Okay. All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, guys.
On to item B, unique trip requests, KCHA BPA National Leadership Conference, Orlando, Florida, May 6th through 11th, 2025. Lynn Foster. Ms. Foster.
Good evening. I'm Ms. Foster, the business teacher at Kirtland Central, and I am the advisor for the Business Professionals of America. I invited 3 of my chapter officials from our BPA organization, and if it's okay with you, they all have a message to share for you.
Please.
All right, we'll start with Philip Horsley. He's going to give you kind of a what is BPA and why it's important. Then Jubilee will talk about how important it is to be a BPA student, and then Emily will go over why we want to go to Orlando.
Good evening, honorable board members, Superintendent Carlson, and audience. How we all doing?
Good. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that.
Outstanding, thank you.
My name is Philip Horsley, and I'm currently in the 11th grade at Kirtland Central High School. I've been a student in CCSD all my life. Today, I want to properly introduce my Career Technical Student Organization, also known as CTSO, which is Business Professionals of America, BPA. Our BPA organization has existed in our school since 1986. Back then, we were a club. Today, we are an organization. We are known as a student organization that contributes to the preparations of global professionals through the advancement of leadership, citizenship, academics, and technology skills for students at the middle, secondary, and post-secondary levels. BPA is globally have been around for over 50 years. It is a big part in career and technical education in the state of New Mexico. Business Professionals of America membership has over 45,000 members and over 1,800 chapters across 25 states, Puerto Rico, and has its international presence in China. I'm sorry, I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Haiti and Peru. Hades and Peru. Our KCHS currently is one of those chapters out of 1,800. Last year, back in April, we elected KCHS students to those 9 chapter official presidents. I am currently the vice president of Kirtland Central High School Business Professionals of America. I am here to talk about officer roles representing our school communities and the impact BPA has done for me. I also want to excuse our BPA president. She is currently the team manager with the girls basketball team who have a game at our school tonight. We have 9 BPA chapter officials in our chapter. We have a president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, reporter, parliamentarian, historian, public relations, and IT. We have 9 committees, which are media team, party committee, food stand committee, food and beverage committee, merchant discount committee, inventory committee, concession stand committee, and the thank you committee. As you can see, we are organized and busy. And if you notice, we like food at our meetings and social activities. We are a student-led organization. We run our own chapter meetings every month, and we serve about 102 active members who attend our meetings, activities, and competitions. We are proud of what we have accomplished this year. The next thing on my list is representing our school and committee. This is a important role as a BPA chapter official. It may not seem like a big deal, but the emotions and well-being of our student members is the best way to show how we represent our school and committee. I have been in my BPA chapter official position since April of last year, so I am halfway through my term. I can honestly say that students have grown and became better students, citizens in our school and committee. For example, we see improvement in students' grades, behavior, and team building in each of our active members. Students that have compete have to keep their grades up if they want to travel. They tend to work harder and ask help from us officials. So yes, I am a tutor too. I have seen students work hard to be better and grow in business education. We know how to dress business professional, suit and tie, a bit with the dress code. My point, our BPA CTSO is a great program for students in our community, and it brings good things to our students at KCHS. I have participated in BPA since my 10th grade year. Honestly, I didn't know what my goals were. I was sitting in my accounting class when Miss Foster mentioned BPA. I didn't know what it was. Since I was present in a business class, I overheard about it, and the chapter officials at that time made it seem so interesting. I think it was because the student leadership attention, I was so interested in becoming a part of the BPA organization. Today, I have learned how to develop and empower not only myself, but students to be leaders and discover passion and possibly change my world by creating unmatched opportunities in learning, being professional, tons of growth, and doing service to my community. My goal today is that you know what BPA is and what CTSO means and how we are CTE. So when helping us plan for future trips, costs, we don't just travel for fun. It has a meaning, and what we do is essential to our BPA organization. Do you have any questions?
Board, do you have any questions? Mr. Wells?
On this travel form, it lists quite a bit of expense. How is that to be? Okay.
There's two more.
I don't have any more for you then.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Haskey, any questions?
No questions, but it sounds like amazing opportunity. Thank you.
It is an amazing opportunity.
Mr. So, any questions?
Yeah, I'm actually very familiar with the business professionals, the association. I just want to express my strong support for this program, and I'm ready to cast my vote of yes.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add. Do you add somebody else?
Yeah, we've got two more.
Come on
Thank
up.
you. Next, I will introduce Jubilee Herrera. She's going to talk to you about how BPA has impacted her life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, honorable board members and Superintendent Colton. My name is Jubilee Herrera. I am the Public Relations for KCHS BPA. Thank you, Mr. Vice President Philip, for that introduction. I wanted to confirm Mr. Vice President Philip about empowering not only myself, but to other students as well. Empowering means to make someone stronger, more confident, especially in controlling their life and claiming their rights. I am in the 10th grade at Kirtland Central High School. This is my second year in BPA. Last year, I was just a BPA member. I was a 9th grader. I joined by accident. I had no intention of joining BPA because I had no idea what it meant. I was sitting in the back row of Ms. Foster's word processing class, minding my own business. Foster was having a meeting with her previous chapter member officials during my class hour. They were taking nominations for the new school year chapter officers. Ms. Foster was looking for nominations for those positions. Suddenly, she called me from the back row and asked me if I wanted to run for vice president. Originally, I was bored and had no intention of actually winning, but I said sure. Next thing I know, my name was on the vice president ballot. When the voting day was over, I learned that I almost tied with a senior from KCHS student. I was the only freshman that volunteered to go for the voting. I was only at KCHS for like a few weeks, to say. It was a scary, eye-opening experience for me. My mother was really happy with the results though. My journey with BPA has been so amazing. Today I could say I have the ability to participate in professional, civic, and service and social endeavors. So in other words, I feel like I have met my personal goal of self-improvement. I can be called on a moment's notice and present no problem. I am all ready, all because of my participation in BPA in my 9th grade year. I've come out of my comfort zone. I am a leader and applied my services to my chapter and my committee. Today, I am the current chapter officer in public relations. I have grown in my 2 years of KCHS chapter officer. I hope I convinced you to the importance of our other 102 BPA members. This is why BPA organization is important. Traveling is a huge part of our learning experience. I got to travel to Chicago last year, and I got to compete and see judges at national level. About 6,000 BPA members attended, and yes, I got to meet students from China. I am hoping I get to do the same thing this year at Nationals in Orlando, which is in May. Thank you. I am now going to give the floor to Madam Historian Emily Roanhorse. Do any of you have any questions for me?
Question from the board?
I have none at this time.
No, none, thank
I
you.
don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and audience. My name is Emily Roanhorse, and I am the historian for Kirtland Central High School's Business Professionals of America organization. I am a senior this year, and I've been a member for the past 3 years. In those 3 years, I have learned so many things in this organization that will benefit me personally and professionally. Being a part of BPA has taught me how to present myself business equity and professionalism. For example, how to work calmly under pressure, how to work as a team, and engaging with one another to achieve a goal. And lastly, staying organized and presenting in front of an audience. I have competed in the past 2 national conferences in Anaheim, California, and Chicago, Illinois. I have also had the opportunity to attend the CTSO Roundhouse in Santa Fe this year. Attending these conferences has been a valuable experience to see these big cities and the ability to compete with other high schools nationally. Overall, being a part of BPA is such a national organization and has definitely helped me for my future. So now the expenses for this national conference in Florida this year, we'll start off with our hotel stay, which will be 6 days and like 5 nights, which will include 18 of us with a total of $10,350. That includes our student rooms and our advisor rooms. Next is the American airline cost from Durango to Orlando with a total cost of $19,620. That will include a 2-way trip, the baggage fee, and for both the advisors and the members. Next is the meals. That will include the 3 meals for the 6 days, which will be a total of $5,205. That will include snacks from like the store. Next is our transportation next will be our BPA state registrations with our 3 advisors and 15 student registrations, a cost of $6,390.
And I forgot to add the transportation costs from the airport to the hotel, day one, and then departing from hotel to airport. And I have about 3,000 on there that I forgot to add.
So a total cost of that will be $47,885. Do you have any questions?
Does anybody from the board have any questions?
Yeah, my question was, where's the money coming from? And another thing, this thing that you presented, that'll have to be amended, changed to include that other.
I'll add that up. I don't know why I forgot about transportation costs. It's just a lot of stuff. So these numbers for students attending are not definite. This is an estimated cost. I put the highest number of kids, which is 15. Normally we do nationals after we do state. Then I have a definite number, but because of, I know of funding we don't have, and I put up a number. Because we only had 18 students going to state next month, it's possible that not all 18 will pass. Only the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place students are the ones I'm going to allow to travel on this trip because of the travel restrictions. Secondly, we're hoping, if allowed, if our students can write letters to different organizations to ask for funding to pay for these portions, if that was possible to do. But other than that, I think we're relying on CTE funds, if any is available, to help pay for these. And these students are raising money right now to, they've been raising money since June in their activity funds to help pay for majority of these. So far, their funds have paid for state and regional so far. So state happens in February. That's another big number. We have to make sure we have money to do that, to accommodate the 18, or I can just take the first place. It just depends on the funding. So the numbers I have here are just a guessed estimate of what we can accommodate if they pass. But I do know this year we'll have to be really restrictive. We've been lucky in the past that our students, last year I believe we had 52 that competed in regionals, 38 of them passed, and 18 made it to nationals, but I only took 15 last year. So these numbers kind of just duplicate what we passed last year with it's the same thing, just because we don't have all the information has not been released yet until after state. That's when our organization will release the actual cost for registration. The numbers I gave here are a little higher, just to be in the safe zone, because I don't know if they're gonna, usually it goes up $5 more for registration, sometimes it's $20. We don't know yet until they actually release the registration packets. Hopefully that answered some questions.
I've always been a proponent of BPA in the high schools and the things that they learn and accomplish and achieve. I hope we can get in the future a more definite figure and where those funds will come from.
So my students attend the Roundhouse CTSO Day. They actually meet with Senator Teresa Fernandez. Who was the other ones? They have all the representatives that they meet. In fact, one of my students went to Washington, D.C. in August to advocate for funds for our school, because they are trying to represent and find funding for the CTE program. So I know they're really big advocates. They every year go and meet with the senators, representatives, and I think we just missed a governor. What was it, 2 minutes? We waited for her and we had another appointment to attend. So they do their homework. These kids are very knowledgeable in their area, and that's why it's a really strong student-led organization. They're strong kids that want this.
I have nothing further.
Any comments, Mr. So?
No, I think you guys have answered all my questions. Thank you. I'm ready to vote to approve. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey, any comments?
Yeah, I don't have any comments. All my questions were answered too. Thank you.
Superintendent, are we in a position to assist? And I know that this is an overshoot as far as what the request is, because again, as she stated, that Ms. Linda stated that it could be lower, but are we in that position to be able to do that? And then again, I know we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, which is a good thing. I'm not saying that's bad, but it's nice to have some sort of projections that you're bringing to us. But I don't want to do a blanket approval in that respects, because again, it could change. And then if the district does have or doesn't have, depending on the situation, and depending on how much is raised from outside organizations and from the students within, that certainly could change the number as well.
So I think I'm comfortable with staying with the 15 if need be, because like I said, we have over, right now, 18 students, and we don't know how well they're going to do at state. It's possible I may have 20 of them make it, 15, 10, it really depends, but I just want to be in the safe zone with the 15.
Understood. But you understand where we're coming from as far as being just a blanket yes and then not knowing specifically what it is, because again, we have to be responsible with that too, and ensure that we're in a position to be able to do that as well. We certainly, I don't think no one here is in a position not to support it. We all are, We just need to know what exactly where we are as a board in respects to the funding that we have available, and if we have any funding available to assist in that manner. And hopefully, all things goes well, that the vast majority that is raised by the organization and the students be able to cover that. And if we can, Superintendent, then I think the board certainly would take that into consideration as we got closer, correct?
Yeah, do you want to speak to that just a little bit?
Say it
So, do you want me to speak to that
Please.
just a little bit? Yeah, that you bring up some really good points. The numbers really do matter because we need to know exactly how much the district would be contributing, where those funds would be coming from. So we'd have a team that would need to look at the numbers to see if is it part of the building budget or would have to come from another source in the district. So we would need to know specifically what we're looking at, what the student contributions would be, exactly how many students are going, and then we would come up, get a number from that, and we'd be able to have the discussions with our people from the district finance.
Fair enough? All right, thank you, I appreciate it, and thank you to the students for presenting as well.
Yep, so
Thank you.
what is your time frame to get this thing approved? That's my other question. Because I don't want to have us run
I understand.
up in
So
deadlines.
nationals is in May.
May.
This is May, what were my dates? May 7th to the 11th. And I know our state, I think, was at 12,000 also, and that one is in February. So we have two big travel that we're wanting to get to see how we can find funds for.
Okay.
All right, thank you again, appreciate it.
Thank you.
On to item C, unique trip requests, Equity Council Unity 2025 National Conference, San Diego, California. Mr. Russell.
Good evening, Oyate. Kudo Nakano Kaigi. Just want to say good evening to our board members and then Superintendent Mr. Carlson and those attending online and the audience here tonight. My name is Donovan Russell and the Equity Council Supervisor, and I work with the Department of Intercultural Community Outreach Department. And I have a trip request here. It's a unique field trip, which is going to consist of 5 days, 4 nights, and we'll be taking Equity Council students and Unity students, the combined clubs, to the National 2025 Conference in San Diego, California. And the dates when we'll be leaving is June 26th and returning June 30th. And the conference actually goes into July 1st, but since our fiscal year, to use our money in this fiscal year, we decide to come back on the 30th of June. And so the purpose of this trip is mainly to empower our Student Equity Council students, and then how this trip is going to benefit our students. Students will attend this conference to enhance student leadership and advocacy skills. Students will experience cultural exposure to and knowledge from other tribal nations represented by other students. And the objective of this is in line with the Unity curriculum. So Unity stands for United National Indian Tribal Youth. And so this year we plan to take 10 students with 2 chaperones and a bus driver who is going to take us to Albuquerque. So the total cost of this trip is approximately $24,976, and per student cost is $2,082. So the students will be traveling by bus from here to Albuquerque, and then using airline, and then shuttling airline from Albuquerque to San Diego. And as the questions were asked about what funds will be used for this unique trip, it'll be the Indian Education Grant. And I included a detailed itinerary form with the student roster. So of the 10 that will be going, to be equitable, we wanted to take 2 students from each region or from each high school. So Newcomb, Shiprock, Career Prep, and Kirtland Central. And the 2 extra available spots, we had asked that the principal and the sponsor submit an extra 3rd person, and then our team would make the decision to take the extra 2 students to make the 10. And so our selections is pretty, we make our selections based on good academic standings and then good behavior. And this is only available to students who are currently 9th grade to 11th. So no seniors will be traveling with us because they'll be graduated. And then, and the student has to be part of the Equity Council meetings, also participate in their school events, and then they also have to have at least 20 to 30 hours of community services that they've done within the school year of 2024 to 25. And so at this time, I stand for any questions that you might have.
Open up to the board, Mr. Wells.
Reading through this and looking over it earlier, one thought came to mind. What is your objective? What is the goal for this?
The main goal is it's the acronym stands for United National Indian Tribal Youth, and in the past 2 years that we've attended, students have been able to network and collaborate with other tribal students, and with the same initiative to improve their community, and as well as to be leaders and advocates, not just for their community but for their school as well.
I'm sorry, advocates for what?
What's that?
You said advocates, but I didn't understand what for. Advocates for what?
Advocates for their peers in their school and their community. So student voice.
Okay.
Mr. So.
Yeah, just some minor, it looks like some of you have January stated as the start of the conference, like it says January 25th. Just some minor revisions on the form itself. But otherwise, I've been to Unity conferences before, and they have a lot of outstanding events and activities that are targeted towards students, involvement in communities, government, and just being able to give back and make a positive impact on the lives of kids, communities.
Right. Yes, and I do see that the date on the on the itinerary. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make those changes.
Ms. Haskell, any comments?
I'm in complete agreement with Board Member So. It's a great opportunity for students. I went to Unity this past summer, and it was a great experience. Thank you.
All right. I concur with the rest of the board. Thank you very much for your time, Mr.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry I don't have any sandwiches for you guys today. But happy holidays.
Need to go hunting
Merry
again, Mr.
Christmas
Russell.
and Happy New Year.
Very good. Item D, as a report, SY 2024-2025 Impact Aid Indian Policies and Procedures. Dr. Begay?
Yad A Shikeda Shidana She Bit Anin Shleda Tratnasani Bashichin Kitlichini Dashichedo Ashin Dashinala Ado Hehat Not Ani Danoslinido Ade Daisanol Tsangi. Good evening, everybody. I just want to provide a quick overview to board members and Superintendent Carlson as well. So the Indian policies and procedures is a requirement for the impact aid application. And so every year we include this policies and procedures. And in November, the Indian Education Committee approved that. So what it really is it's about ensuring that our Native American children, or as worded, Indian children in this policies and procedures, is to provide programs, services, and activities within the school district with equal access for our Native American students. And so in order for that to happen, there's several things that we say that we do. One is to ensure that there's parent voice and guardian voice and community voice in terms of the purpose for the Indian policies and procedures. And so in that, we cover a lot of that during our seasonal family and community engagement sessions. And so with the Indian policies and procedures, we do indicate that we provide information about the district through presentations or public hearings or anything of that sort to ensure that that information is being communicated to our stakeholders. And so we do a lot of that through the family and community engagement sessions where all the departments provide updates and information, and then they talk about their budgets as well. And then the last part of the sessions usually have the question and answering format where we receive questions from the community, parents and students and staff as well. And so those questions are answered by the people who take care of those components of the questions. And so that part of the communication does happen. And then the other types of communication happens through surveys. For example, we take care of the Johnson O'Malley, and the Johnson O'Malley were required to have a family survey. And the family survey is for parents, guardians, students, and even staff, because a lot of our staff are parents too. So the data from that is also used to create the JOM Ed Plan. And then the IEC committee also do monitoring visits for to each school to interview principals and a core content teacher and the Navajo heritage or dual language teachers, and they get information and data in that manner. So all that information is gathered. And then just this past summer, we did the summer pillar work, and that work, it was to it was about revising and finding a way to, or ways to truly implement the cohesive education equity policy that was passed 2 years ago. And so that work was done by the different stakeholders as well. We had SAO staff and administration. We had school administration. We had CCSD staff. We had students, and then we had community members all take part in that work. And so in this policies and procedures, that's really what we're saying, is to ensure that we're providing the best that we can for our Native American students in this district. And I stand for questions.
Open up to the board. Mr. Wells, any questions?
I have nothing at this time.
Ms. Haskey?
I don't have anything either. Thank you.
Mr. So?
Just real quick, Miss Benali, are there, with this current, the Indian policies and procedures, is there any change, any substantive or major changes compared to the IPP that was approved from last year? Or is it
No,
pretty-
no changes
Okay.
were made by the IEC members when they passed it in November.
Yeah, because I'm actually on the district's website from last year. These ones look pretty much the same as they were approved
Yeah.
from last year. Okay.
If there's nothing further, thank you, Dr. Begay. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
On to item DE, overview of test scores and assessment by Mr. Deswood.
Good evening, board members, secretary, member member Montoya, and then any board members out there, Superintendent Carlson, colleagues, and guests that are here. I was asked to present on the overview of test scores and assessment data. Go to the next page. So this is our reading scores, 3rd grade through 8th grade. BOY stands for beginning of year. MOI stands for middle of year. And then increases or decreases, as you can tell, 3rd grade increased 10%. 4th grade increased 18%. 5th grade increased 7%. 6th grade increased 4%. 7th grade increased 3%. 8th grade increased 13%. That's reading.
Wow. What assessment are you using, if I could ask that question?
This is the our progress monitoring IMSSA, which is the state progress monitoring that we are required to take. For kinder through 3rd grade, we do iStation, which the data is very similar to this. It's the growth is trending in a positive direction. We can go to the next slide. So this is language usage. Again, 3rd grade, we increased 8%. 4th grade, 4%. 5th grade, 2%. This is our only area where we had a decrease. 6th grade language usage, we went from 10 to 9%. By the way, this is all proficiency. If you look at the data, our students that are identified, they're red, or it's not beginning step. What was the red indicate? Amy, what was the red? I can't remember. Not demonstrating. Need support. Near target, and then on target. But like if you look at the beginning of the year, our red bars are like really high. But as you go to middle of the year, those kids are moving to the left. So they end up becoming, I think it was orange and then green. But the data that I'm presenting up here is all proficient or on target. And then 7th grade, we had an increase of 1%. 8th grade, we gained 15%. Okay.
Wow.
Going to go to mathematics.
So with these, do you have, I like to look at the different, like, school by school breakdowns.
Yes, we do have it broken down by school.
This is all
This is
aggregate.
just district-wide. If you want, I can send you a follow-up report that can give you a breakdown by school. We do share this data with the schools as well. Amy will be compiling the middle of year here soon. Yeah, absolutely, we can send that report. Math scores went from 0 to 4%, so a 4% gain. 4th grade, 4%. 5th grade, 7% gain. 6th grade, 16% gain. By the way, if you look at our scores across the district for 6th grade, we exceed the state average. It's pretty cool to see whenever you look at. In fact, we were talking in a meeting, and we had one school that went from like about 20% to 58%. And then when I break that report down, I can send that to you, and you can take a look at that data. 7th grade had a 6% increase. 8th grade had a 7% increase. Now, the thing that is interesting is the previous 2 years I presented this same data. There are, for 3rd through 8th grade, there are 18, 3 times 6, 18 areas that are tested. In the previous 2 years, we've had 16 out of 18 areas of growth. This year, we have 17 out of 18 areas of growth. So a lot of this data that you see, like we are trending in a positive direction. Remember, Mr. Carlson shared that we only have 2 comprehensive school improvement, or 2 schools on designation this year. A lot of the reason that those schools have come off those designations is because our data is improving across the district. Some schools, like I said, some schools are at the state average or higher, and when we get you that report, you can see those schools that are exceeding the state averages as well. So other than that, I stand for questions, which is the next slide.
Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Per the request of board members, so can we get that individual school data sent to the board members so we can look at that rather than just aggregate? It'd be nice to be able to see what is occurring. And I certainly think that when you have that data and you have those numbers that are being shown here, that doesn't speak to the specific schools, areas, locations, and how those improvements are trending. And as you know, I've said this time and time again, when you have those schools, those classrooms that are succeeding, what are we doing to replicate that within the communities or within the districts? Are those conversations that are happening within the buildings by the principals through the administration to take that success and to distribute that success through what they're doing in those classrooms with others at that same grade level?
We can get you those data.
Excuse me?
We can get you the data that you are requesting.
All right.
Individual school data for all these.
Yes, we can. Can I add a little bit more? I
Sure.
know you asked a question about what we're doing. A lot of the things we're doing is principals are getting into classrooms and doing walkthroughs, provide feedback to teachers. I know we asked one school what they were doing differently, and that school said they're teaching, they're following the pacing guides. They're meeting at PLCs, they're looking at student data, they're looking at what's working, they're providing interventions. They're also, after school tutoring is also adding to that. But the biggest thing is, these 90-day plans that these schools use really identify areas based on root cause analysis. These schools come up with a desired outcome, and they engage their leadership teams to improve. It's all data-driven decision-making that's going on. I think Amy wants to add something as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one piece of information. Our IMASA assessment, this is based on that, our window doesn't close till Friday, so we won't have our school data till after Friday. And also the state window does not close till January 10th. So we will not have state data until after that date.
So what about the data from last year, the aggregates and the location scores from overall of last year and the progress?
I have all that data I can send you.
This isn't it?
This is from this year.
Okay, what about last year?
Beginning of year and middle of year.
We haven't seen the data for last year.
Yeah, we did.
We presented it in May or June.
Yeah, but I can pull it back up and send it.
Okay, let's compare and contrast. Because obviously you've heard what I said a little earlier in my comments from the board and how we're utilizing differentiation in those classrooms. Because again, I'm not a proponent of New York disengaged math versus how some other teachers use it. And again, even with letters and how educators use it rather than force feeding them and almost to the point of demanding that they have to utilize that system versus what they believe and know is right in that classroom to teach these kids. again, I'm not afraid to stand there and challenge the Secretary of Education because this is what I believe, and our teachers and principals know these students better than they do. What works in Albuquerque isn't going to work in Nas City or TBA or Mesa. So that's kind of a bugaboo that I have with that, but it's positive, and I appreciate that. So we're moving in the right direction. Thank you. Anything further from the board?
Yeah, I think along those lines, I'd also like to look at what our current attendance rates are by school and also by grade level, because I think some of that also ties into some of the test scores that we also see here as well. Are there some schools that have better attendance rate than others?
Yes, absolutely. You can see a distinct difference. It's like once you pass Hogback and come this way, the attendance rates are in the 90s. If you go the further south, the further west you go in the south, they start to drop. I think our lowest is about 85, 86% down in Newcomb. But we can definitely get you that data. I do ask Mr. B and the data team to pull attendance data monthly, so then we can, because schools are having a attendance improvement plan, which is a requirement from the Public Education Department. They do a lot of the work that they do in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4 interventions that they provide that are written in their attendance improvement plans. That's what they go by. So as for progress monitoring, to make any adjustments on any of their attendance improvement plans, like I said, I asked Mr. B and Leandro's team to pull data so that we can give them monthly data so that they can make any adjustments on their attendance improvement plans. We also pull up discipline as well, just so that they can see where they're at in comparison. Yeah, but that's I don't know. We can pull that attendance data, right? And I know most recently, right now, we're sitting from the beginning of the year to about right now, we're right about 89.5%.
I think a good goal is to try to get those above like 90%, even 92%.
Yes, absolutely. And I believe this past year, we finished right about a little above 90%. So, but we do track that. Like I said, those are all data points that we use to, it's all in there. They have to have a stretch goal whenever they look at root cause analysis, very similar to 90-day plans as well.
Mr. Wells.
Did I understand you correctly? You said these scores are aggregate?
They are. I actually did the district scores. I guess I could have broken them down, and Amy is right there. I think there's like maybe 30 students in middle school who haven't tested, so it was a little bit right. So.
Okay. I'm gratified that all of the scores except one, and that's language usage, show improvement. 1%, although improvement is not what some of the others show here it could be, and the one that went down, is there a reason that you can put your finger on, something?
I'm assuming to be something with the test, because it went down across the district, but also for some reason in 6th grade it also dips in the middle of the year across the state. So there's something with the tests. I'm not too sure. I haven't been on any of the test writing committees to identify what's going on with 6th grade language usage, but definitely the state level, they probably are taking a look at why there's a dip in 6th grade language usage.
Yeah, if it's statewide, then probably a test.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's something wrong with within the tests. I mean, I don't get to look at the test because I'm not in the classroom assessing 6th grade students. So.
And the other percentages here, the 2 and the 1%, could that be attributed to that as well? I mean, you got 8, 4, and 15. That's especially 15 is really exceptional. But those other 3 are not.
So when you look at your eighth grade, this is language usage. So for language usage and reading, whenever they get the final score at the end of the year, it's combined. Am I right? It just says ELA for our NIMSA.
No. Oh,
Yeah. So then, but if you look at our English final score or district score, our district aggregate score was at 23.9. Or was it 24.9? It was 23.9 or 24.9% across the district, which means a quarter of our students, right about a quarter of our students were proficient, but very, very similar. Like our math ended up being right around 14%, but it's kind of trending in that same direction. But if you look at the way the state looks at these scores, is as long as we're moving kids, it's the growth model. As long as we're moving kids to the right, whether they're in not demonstrating and moving our kids to the right, that's the model that we're looking at. And that's a lot of the reason why our schools are coming off CSI, unless they're high school, right? High school is all graduation rate or SAT. But I mean, we want those increases, right? I'd be worried if we had areas where we were in the negative, but we're trending in the right direction.
One other question: Is there a particular area in the district that would pull the aggregate down?
Yes, there is one school that does historically pull the district down. I don't know, can I name the school? Oh, they're a CSI school still. It is Mesa Elementary School. Their scores historically are lower. Although when I looked at their data from Boy to Moy, they actually are seeing growth. But in the previous years, they're
okay.
And the year before that, it was Nosh Chitty, and I know Mr. Carlson actually Central Office challenged Nosh Chitty to improve, and they've shown growth. I mean, there's a lot of accountability, and the teachers are the one doing the work. They're like Board Member Montoya said, right? The teachers are getting together. They're sharing good practices in those professional learning communities, and they're providing targeted interventions for kids. I mean, that's why we're seeing these numbers. I mean, these principals in here are holding teachers accountable, and like you all hold central office accountable. It's all, hold accountable, support. If there's something missing, we need to find answers, whether if it's dollars, advocating to provide support. I mean, if you look at these school CSI plans, a lot of their spending is aligned to improving student outcomes. If dollars that are being spent in schools are not showing improved student outcomes and there's no return on the district's money or the taxpayers' money, it's really scrutinized by our grants department or finance or the PED or who look at our CSI, comprehensive school improvement, or 90-day plans. So, yeah, thank you.
I would be interested in seeing a comparative from year previous to see as well.
Absolutely. The data department does have that. They provide us that information so that we can make the best decisions possible in schools.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good, appreciate that. Let's move on to item F, plans and support for graduation progress by high school principals. Let's go with Ship Park High School. Sandwich in there.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Mr. Deswood. So we were asked to go ahead and give our graduation status as of right now. This is not as in-depth of information as I'd like to give, but classes are in, this first semester does not end until Friday. Finals haven't been taken. Well, some finals have. So this is just the basics, and then come January, February, could give you more information because we would know this semester's outcomes. Currently, we have 110 seniors at Shiprock High School. They're all on track to graduate if they pass all their classes. There are 4 additional H4 juniors, and what that means is they didn't graduate with their cohort last year, but they will move up to H4s this year and should graduate on time. So they're, well, actually, those aren't kids who didn't graduate last year. They're H4s that should be seniors right now. They're still juniors. They will become seniors, or should become seniors in December at the end of this semester and graduate on time. So that makes 114. There's 3 juniors that can potentially graduate early. So, and 1 senior that should complete their associate's degree by May. So we have a total of 117 students possible to walk in May. Some of the interventions we're doing, same things we have done for several years now. We do graduation grade checks every 2 weeks, and we meet with those kids throughout the school year, the senior counselor, the college and career readiness coordinator, myself at times. So we try to keep a good eye on those kids' grades. We send letters to parents on attendance and grades. We see a direct correlation with students who fail classes with attendance. If a student misses 45 days per semester, there's a good chance they're not passing their classes. So we really try to stay on top of those and get those parents in to sign attendance contracts and so forth on their grades. Again, they meet with the counselor, myself, the assistant principals. An intervention period, we do still have an intervention period built in. So even though we went away from the block schedule, 7th hour, there is an intervention period for credit recovery. And for students who are failing classes, you're a basketball player in athletics 7th period. If you start failing classes, you're pulled out of athletics and you have to go to intervention until you get that grade up, and then you can go back and practice basketball during 7th period. So we use that intervention course to try to help kids get their grades up. If they're gifted, there's gifted classes during intervention. If they need credit recovery, there's credit recovery. If they're a freshman who's passing all their classes and not in athletics, they may be in a college exploration course. There are some crafts courses, some enrichment courses during that period. But that's one way we're keeping our seniors on track too, is to send them to intervention. After school tutoring is available 4 nights a week. It is different than it's been in the past because we have high dosage tutoring, which is very specific and very limited on the number of kids we can have. But then we are also utilizing a different set of funds for just a regular after-school tutoring class as well for our general students who aren't necessarily high dosage. But we've also learned how to navigate that high dosage tutoring, because there's ways to do it where you can impact more kids. And we offer lunch tutoring. Many of our teachers, when kids start failing and have missing assignments, they require kids to come in for lunch tutoring to make those grades up. So that's how we're trying to keep kids on track. So that is what we are doing at Shiprock High School. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, this is actually related to one of the reports that we've received earlier. And it goes back to the question about attendance. It looks like the bus, maybe this is about attendance, but it also shows that the bus ridership for Shiprock High School is in the 70s, which kind of indicates that kids are not catching the bus to go to school.
No, their parents bring them.
Or something.
Yeah.
So the 2 schools I saw were 2 schools that seemed in the 70s category.
Right. And I think a lot of that is, I think there's a number of reasons, but a lot of those kids come with their parents. Their bus stop may be a long ways from their house, and so they don't want to walk all the way to the bus stop, or they may just prefer the parents drop all the kids off. They come by and now they're dropping the elementary student off first, they drop off the middle school student, they drop off the high school student, and they all just come into town at one time instead of catching those different buses. But we do have a number of kids who come in with their parents.
Okay.
So, and then we have kids who live in town who can't ride the bus, so they walk the trails and so forth, from wherever they're at to the school.
So the number of students that you have currently, how many students would be on track to, let's say, receive Associates of Arts at the same time they get a college diploma?
So we have only one senior this year who's probably going to complete their associate's degree in May.
Wow.
Yeah, but she should complete that. And then I have one senior who, and this comes from a family of kids, but she's the last, but who has never in her schooling career missed a day of school. But neither did any of her siblings, and she's the youngest. So, kind of cool.
Nice.
That's more than cool, that's exceptional.
Yeah. In that family, out of, I think, 7 kids, not a one of them missed a day of school.
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
So that's a pretty cool thing. We're actually thinking about doing something at graduation.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess maybe somewhat related to this is like, how many students are on track to finish up like the SATs? Are they aware of all the testing timelines and deadlines?
Yes, sir. So we just had a FOSFA workshop last week for financial aid. Our kids they took the SAT in the spring as juniors because that's required. And then we have some of them that take the ACT on Saturday test dates with our college and career readiness coordinator. And she works with them on that. We are currently taking practice SATs as part of our 90-day plan with our current juniors so that we're gauging, we know where we want them at as far as showing growth over this last year's. And so they've done one practice SAT. They're getting ready to take another one in January. They'll take another one right before the test in April. That's really setting, it's like the actual practice test. And then they'll test again in April for their final SAT test and hopefully have high scores. We're seeing good growth on our SATs. I was very pleased with our data from this last spring.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Kirtland Central.
Good evening, board members and community. As we wait for Kirtland's slide to come up. My name is Sandra Westbrook. I'm the principal at Kirtland Central High School. It's good to see you all. Our game started.
Yeah.
We're trying to hurry.
Well, they did a phenomenal
There you
job
go.
last night winning, so. Okay, so this is Kirtland Central High School's, our graduation. What we're looking at for graduation, we currently have 165 senior students. Out of those 165, we are similar with Shabrook High School that we have 9 juniors that are moving up to senior status that will be back on track. We have 4 students that will meet graduation requirements this December. And we have 1 student that's going to be graduating with an associate's degree in liberal arts from San Juan College. So we do estimate that we have 172 students that will walk in May. We have 7 students that we are going to hopefully help them to get there, and that'll bump our number up, but we are pretty much solid on 172. As far as interventions that we do for our classes, our students, we have the after-school credit recovery, the high-dosage tutoring, which has been really beneficial. Our VLN tutoring, we've kind of reduced our numbers with our VLN because we're pushing more of the after-school because it is project-based and the students seem to be engaged with that more. Our SPED support services has really stepped up with our, now that we're full on with our SPED support staff, they are actually doing more inclusion in the classrooms with the teachers. We have our advisory that meets on Fridays that we have specific SEL and advisor check-ins every other week of the month. We have our resource class. Of course, I mentioned the inclusion. We have our SEL program that we are currently working with students to identify anxiety or triggers that are inhibiting their performance. We have our restorative solutions. Students get one-on-one support. We do offer attendance incentives and award ceremonies as well. Our elective credits for the students to retain credits. The mentors, we have a specific Ignite mentors that are assigned peer-to-peer based mentoring and tutoring. We send out robocalls, meet with the parents, send out senior letters, and we also have our CCR support, our college and career readiness that does the FAFSA workshops and college visitation. Do you have any questions that I can answer?
Does anybody from the board have any questions?
What can you tell me about the effectiveness of peer tutoring?
So the way that our program is set up with Ignite is that what we've found at our school is that if the students are the ones that go out into the classrooms and work with the students one-on-one, that actually helps them. But as far as large group, mentoring, tutoring in a large group is not as beneficial for them. They really do, it appeals to them to work better one-on-one with their peer mentor.
If you put a peer in a room and say these guys can help, do those who need help, do they seek them out?
We have not tried that. How we've done it is that the counselor that works with the peer mentors will send them out to the teachers. The teachers will identify those students that need additional layers of support, and then they connect that student with the peer mentor, and then they usually either come up to the guidance office for tutoring or they go to a different location.
I was just wondering how receptive the students are to receiving help from peers.
It is something that our math teachers work really well on with the peer mentors, because they've usually had those kids through those classes. If it is one-on-one, the students are more receptive because they don't feel like they're in a group setting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ms. Haskey, any questions? Mr. So.
Yeah, I was actually looking here at the graduation rate based on the New Mexico Vistas. It's rated at 83.5. Do you have any goals to take that up for this year?
Yes, sir. That's actually one of our goals every year, is that we work specifically individually with the parents and the students to get the students graduated, because one of our vision and goals is that we produce productive members of society that have a choice. So while 100% of our students will apply to a college by the end of the year, we realize that their choice may be going to the workforce, maybe going to college, maybe go in the military. We want to provide them that option. And so what we found is like that one-on-one support, assigning a student that's having difficulties with a staff member has been helpful for us to help the students get graduated. And I think we've increased that graduation rate by 0.5% for the last 3 years. So we're slowly climbing. We're getting there. It's just putting in those small steps.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Yeah, this is probably another time but I was actually looking at your proficiency scores for math, reading, and also science, and it's interesting. It's like the science is high on one end, reading is here, but then math is another story. So I don't know how that can be explained. But that's probably not the conversation another time.
It's a conversation we're having monthly within our PLCs, and we've done a lot to align. So I know what you're talking about. We've looked at those.
Okay.
Very good. If there's nothing further, Newcomb High School.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, staff, parents, guests. My name is Herlinda Mann. I'm the assistant principal at the high school. First of all, Newcomb High School. Our girls and boys participated in the Mescalero basketball tournament over the weekend, and both teams played for championship games. Our girls won championship, so we have a huge trophy championship on the counter. Our boys took second place, so that is awesome. So for those of you that do not know where Newcomb High School is at, our results are, we currently have 53 seniors. 50 of them are on track, and they will walk in May. 7 of them are of concern. However, we have been working with the 7 kids on a daily basis, and the teachers in the core classes also have been working with them, because during the PLC, it's always mentioned that these kids are still struggling, so they are going to walk. We also have 5 seniors that will be reclassified after this semester, just like what Mrs. Gallagher had said earlier. And one for sure, she's going to have to go to summer school to obtain all of her credits. And then if all of these kiddos walk, including the 7 that are of concern, we will have the 58 students that may possibly walk in May. And the interventions that are happening out there at the high school, we do have progress reports that have been sent home twice so far, in addition to their weekly grades. And through this, we have learned that some parents do not or have not had a chance to access their kids' PowerSchool online. So they actually are concerned, and they come to school and they ask us, and we walk them through. We have sent letters to parents on attendance and grades. If not, we have called the liaison to come in and help us to deliver the message. We've had a really neat senior parent meeting, and it's ongoing. The senior parent or the senior class had sponsored a Thanksgiving dinner. They raised like $2,600. It was amazing, and that was a good time to actually talk to parents about our attendance rate and our concerns that are happening at school too. Senior audits have been completed with each senior, and the second audit is going to be completed as soon as first semester is over. So by January, we should have a definite number and answers. And students needing credit recovery have been enrolled and utilized lunch and tutoring programs after school to help the kids. Monitoring of credit recovery courses in progress. Checks are done weekly and during the PLC meetings.
Any questions from the board?
I have no
I
questions.
have a quick question.
Ms. Haskey?
In terms of the opportunity for credit recovery, is that successful, or do the students, it says back after school programs and so forth, how do the students participate in that, or how does that work with the limitations in Wi-Fi and problems with internet services? Thank you.
Yes, we do have, and we do encounter internet services like on a weekly basis. However, we do have an 8th hour that we have aside for the kids who are playing ball that go in there for credit recovery too. So we do have some certified teachers that are available to help them during 8th hour and during lunchtime as well.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else?
I don't have any questions. You answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think if I could comment, I was actually looking at the next vistas. It looks like Newcomb's graduation rate is really good. It's about 85+%. Impressive.
Is there any particular reason we don't have career prep? I don't see it. I just have the 3 in my queue. Okay. Come on up then, if it's me.
That's all I have in my queue as well.
Oh, look at that.
Are we missing a school?
I'm wrong again.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Mr. Carlson, fellow teachers and administrators and guests. So once again, Career Prep has a fairly large graduating size class for the size of our school. Right now we have 45 students who are identified within 8 credits at the beginning of the year. And since we're on a block schedule, we can get 8 credits a year. So we're working on that. 2 have already met graduate requirements, and we're looking at 9 more here in December. From there, we have 25 who are on track that are within 4.5 or less for this upcoming semester, so they're going to be in good shape. We have about 9 students above that who are designated as seniors this year who we're going to need a little extra help, so we're working on those. So we're looking at a possibility of 45, down a few from last year, but a lot of the years we pick up a few in the spring too that we can get the extra to get them across the finish line. Once again, graduations for us, we'll start off the year again on May 21st, which is a Wednesday. at the Performing Arts Center. From there, all possible graduates are monitored weekly, bi-weekly. We have a advisory class every morning, and each grade level is with 2 different teachers or 1 with our freshmen, and they do monitor them weekly. We're always checking grades. We're doing really intentional about talking to our students about what they need to graduate, because when I interview students that come in, I have a lot of kids that I say, how many credits you have? And they say, I don't know. So we're really good about, we're going to educate them. Well, what do you need and how are you going to get there? So we work on that weekly. Students, we use social workers, ICO help for food and clothing. We've already completed 4 night school cohorts this year, and we've already made up 40 credits this year in credit recovery with just our night school classes. We continue to have night school in the spring also. We'll do 4 more sessions in the spring. We offer credit recovery in school. We offer it through VLN. We offer it through night school. We try to make sure that we have a variety of things, because obviously not everything works for each kid. So we try to make sure that we have something available that is going to work. One of the things we have tried this year that's new is a lunch tutoring. So it's still in the fledgling stages, but we're trying to get that going. Some of the main things that we look at is, we try to get the kids where they are. And, we talk about it intentionally every day. We can't yell back down the road, y'all get back up here, So we got to meet them where they are, and we're very intentional about that. Our night school program, for those of you who are not familiar with that, it's in the afternoons, and we go from 3:45 to 6:30. And we'll do that in one of 2 ways. We'll either do it for 3 weeks for 4 nights a week, and that'll make up a credit, or we do half credit sessions also, which are just 7 nights that they have to attend.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I guess going back to graduation rates, when I went, I think career prep is, correct me if I'm wrong, they're designated as is it a CSI school?
MRI.
MRI, okay.
Yeah.
And that's because of graduation rate, is that correct?
So
So what is going to be your target graduation rate for this year based on what you've presented so far?
So we have kind of an issue with graduation rates. It used to have an alternative schools had a different formula that they did that. But right now, everybody in the state is being evaluated the same. And it's all based just upon H4 graduates. And an H4 graduate is a student who's been in school 4 years. And for many years, career prep was a school that when you didn't graduate in 4 years, that's where you went. So our graduation rates look terrible, even though we were graduating 50 kids a year, almost 50% of our population. But a lot of those kids were H5, 6, 7s, and all the way up to H8s. So we're trying to tweak that around. We've already made, we went from in the 20s to the 30s, and we should be at 40s for last year, and we're going to hopefully hold there. One of the things that I've asked the other principals to do is to try to identify students sooner, so that we can get those kids that are H2s and 3s and that are struggling now and get them in and try to get them back on track and maybe even return to their schools. And we'll still get some of the credit for those, but we're trying to tweak our model a little bit so that we can be more efficient in the state's eyes. I feel like we do some great things with some of our older kids. And when I first started there 4 years ago now, 75% of my kids were 18 to 22. So there were very few H4s at that time. So, but we'll work with the model and we'll continue to support kids. And, we have a purpose there, and we'll try to keep moving them forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments from the board?
I don't have any comments, but thank you for all the work that's been done.
Thank you, ladies and
Ms.
gentlemen.
Asmus? Go ahead.
Can you just give me a quick recap?
Okay, so we had, before, like I said, we had 45 students we identified within 8 credits of graduation to start the year. So we're working with those 45. 2 of those met graduation in October. We'll have 9 more here in December. 25 more are in good shape, and they're going to be within 4.5 credits to get through in May. We have another 9 students that we're giving extra time to and effort trying to make sure that we try to get those because they need more than 4.5 credits. So we're gonna have to make sure that we get them into night schools and do the things they need to do to try to get them there in May also, or if nothing else, maybe in June with a summer school.
With 4.5 credits, isn't that kind of excessive?
No, because we're on the block schedule. So kids get four in the fall and 4 in the spring. Plus, we also have an advisory hour that they'll get a half a credit for in the fall and a half a credit for in the spring. So we can actually get the 4.5 credits. So, but we're real intentional about trying to make sure that we offer what the kids need. Myself and Miss Brown, we are constantly going over kids' needs, making sure that we're evaluating those graduation requirements. I mean, just weekly. I've got a spreadsheet that's all color coded, and I look at it every week and try to make sure that I'm keeping kids on track to where they need to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
If there's nothing further, thank you to the principals for that information. Let's move on to item G, authorized assurance of the impact aid federal grant application by Ms. Ellison.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, audience, and folks that are online. Herbie Ellison to give the finance reports for the finance department. The first one is going to be a request to name Mr. Carlson as an authorized representative so that we can start on the impact aid application. The previous person that was authorized was the former finance director, Carol Gonzalez. And as we still have a vacant position, we're going to have Mr. Carlson named. And once this is approved, then he'll get set up as a user and we can start on the application.
Questions from the board?
No.
I have none.
So what?
I don't have any questions either.
By presenting this, what questions should we be asking?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Maybe why Mr. Carlson wouldn't be authorized? No, I can't think of any questions that you would ask about not authorizing a representative for the district. So this is for compliance, so.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is, you know, I haven't seen this part before, and then the way it reads, binding Central Consolidated to follow the laws, rules, and regulations to receive impact aid funds. To me, I feel like Superintendent Carlson, have you conference with our board attorney to see if this is a good document?
I have not yet done that, but I could ask her since she's in the audience what she thinks. Sure.
I mean, I would need to look it up, but the form of the letter looks like you would expect when we're receiving federal dollars. We would need a representative to be able to sign off on the application and agree to the terms of the federal regulations for that grant. So just based on first review, it looks like it's sufficient.
Yeah, if I could comment, it seems pretty straightforward in the sense is that all the district is doing is designating the point person to sign off and handle all the stuff related toward impact aid. Pretty straightforward.
Right, otherwise the board would have to potentially do all of that, and that's why we have a representative do it, because sometimes there are timelines, and it's just, I think we've always done it that way, is my understanding.
Well, Yeah, that's what I want to hear, if that's something normal, because lately it seems like this, the board goal is to give our powers away. So I'm wondering if that's what I want to hear, if it was a normal thing and not a new duty for our superintendent. Okay, thank you.
No further questions. Let's move on to item H, utilities comparison report.
And is this in lieu of our not having a finance director?
Yes.
Is that attached to this document?
Sharon, do you have the one that you sent to me that had Carol? Okay.
So it is?
Yeah, yes, it is. So the last one from last year, it was approved in January of this year, 2024. And that had the same verbiage and it had Carol Gonzalez on there.
Okay.
And so she had the authorization to sign off on the application. And part of this is also that the application is online now. It used to be that we had a paper application where the signature was completed, but now it's all online. That's all part of what took place with COVID, right around 2020, 2021 is when they went digital.
Okay, those are the things that we need to point out and say here. We got people watching and that's why.
Okay, yeah.
If we can be transparent about those things. All right, thank you.
That's why I said it was a good question. So, very good. Thank you. Continue, please.
Okay, with the utility. If you can put the summary sheet. So for our utilities, our summary for the month of November 2024, total dollar amount is $450,113. Last year, November 2023, was $737,607 for utilities. And then our 5-year summary for November. FY 2021, our total was 1.2 million. FY 21-22, our total was 1.7 million. 22-23 was 2.1. 23-24 total was 2.6 million. And total for this year, year-to-date, is 2.3 million.
So, may I ask a question?
Please.
So, just recently got a good explanation on SEG. Do you usually give us that? Or
On
how is that?
how much we have? Yes, that's gonna be coming up in the revenue report and then the expenditure report.
Okay.
And the SEG is gonna be the 11,000 fund. That's where the SEG is at. Any questions on the utility reports?
No.
No questions.
The next one is going to be the purchase order report for POs issued for 3,500 to 10,000. Any questions on POs that were issued?
Questions from the board?
On this one, no.
So, I have a question.
I don't have any questions either.
Go ahead, Ms. Asmus.
So on the Bank of America credit cards, are we still doing that? I thought we changed, or was that the change?
On the student travel or?
I mean, dealing with that particular bank.
Yes, that's the procurement card. So that's the credit card that the district uses for purchases for travel, registration, different purchases like that.
Because, I mean, since we've had our finance director, I think that was still in the works of, because as our students travel, you know, things were happening where they reach a limit or they wouldn't take, and I was just wondering, have we,
We have not had any major issues this year, this school year. So we've been, part of our training that we've been working with the schools and the departments is reminding them that if there's gonna be traveling, that they check their balances on their card. And then also doing reminders that not to use the card for like multiple times within a short time limit, like if they're at the register or, you know, making those quick purchases, trying to make a quick purchase, just allowing a little bit more time and not rushing that process. And so because if they process it too quick multiple times right away, the system will make it think it's fraudulent. So we just caution on those things.
That's crazy, though. I mean, I don't know, but that's crazy, you know.
So yeah, we try to cover some of those things in our training with our schools and our departments.
Okay.
I've never had any problems, so Steve.
Knock on wood.
That's to say I've had problems.
Next report is gonna be on purchase orders over 60,000. Any questions on these reports?
Question from the board?
No questions
Nope,
from
no
me, thank you.
questions.
Continue, please. I believe that's for I, correct? Now we're going down to J.
Yes, now we're on J.
All right, continue, please.
So this one is gonna be our summary report. And for accounts payable, our disbursements for operational accounts for the total month of November is 7.3 million. Year-to-date is 13,796,000. Activities account for the month of November is 33,515. Year-to-date is 120,728. Our outstanding checks for the month of November is $846,110. Our year-to-date is $962,199. Activities outstanding checks for the month of November is 7,738. Year-to-date, 7,738. Our expenditure reports. Total expenditure for the month of November is 7.5 million. Total year-to-date is $33,047,170. Expenditures for impact aid is 2.2 million. Total for the year is 12,116,000. Expenditures for ad valorem is $32 for the month of November. Total for the year is $170,543. Grant funds for the month, total is 1.3 million. Year-to-date is 7.8. And of this amount, we have 6,659 for Carl Perkins, 23,328 year-to-date. JOM for the month of November is 11,143. For the year, 125,766. Impact Aid SPED for the month of November, 41,908. For the year, 160,845. Impact Aid Indian Ed, $445,104. For the year, 2.2 million. Capital outlay and debt services for the month of November, 755,721. For the year, 6.8 million. And then no expenditures for Fund 31500. For our revenue, we have 6.4 million for the month of November for our general funds, and 41,306,939 for the year. We had 107,174 for impact aid for the month of November, 12,397,819 for the year. 3,370 for ad valorem, 4,756 for the year. Grant funds, we have 462,760 received for the month of November. Total year-to-date is $15,165,214. JOM, we received $47,728. For the year, it is $106,006. Capital outlay, revenue received for the month of November is $59,584, and year-to-date is $133,373.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The Kellogg, do you have? And that's for a homelessness, right?
Yes, I don't have it on this report, but it'll be, it'll be on the,
Just send it to me. I'd like to see what we're, or not just to me, but the board.
okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions from the board regarding that report?
No.
I have none.
Ready for Kay?
Yep. So we have 3 bars for approval. The first one is gonna be for Johnson O'Malley, and this is to move funds to function 1000. No adjustments. This is just moving funds within the different functions. It's not an increase or a decrease. And this is gonna be for parental cost, trips, and supplies and materials. The next one is gonna be for Fund 27901, a transfer bar. And this is for the
upcoming project plans. And then the last one is gonna be 23I for a budget increase for transportation for school buses. Total dollar amount is 1.4 million. And those are the bars for this month.
The
Go ahead.
SEG.
Sharon, can you go back to J? And then go to revenues, general funds. And it's gonna be the visions report. And then just zoom in here, and it's that first group, that 11,000. So our year-to-date for revenues for SCG is gonna be the 26,152,000. So it's like right in the middle, Sharon. Back up. It's at the top of your screen now, 26 million. Yeah, yes, right there.
Can you enlarge it? I'm a aging person here. Okay.
So that's the SCG. Our budget for the year is the 62 million, and they disperse every month. So year to date, we've received 26 million. For the month of November, we received the 5.2.
So in your, since you dealt with finances, has that significantly dropped?
The amount that we get for the 62 million?
Other than that, I mean,
It's actually averaged out because the state has been increasing the per pupil. So it's right around the 62. I think last year we were at 65 for the whole year. But although we're losing students, what they're giving for their per pupil is increasing. So it offsets a little bit. So it's averaged out.
Just to give everybody a little, there's 3 factors, which is student count, teacher count, and district's demographics. So I say all 3 of them have been affected directly, and that's under the new formula that they're using. Before, they used to use counselors and ancillary service. That I think would have even or given us
A little bit more?
Yeah, but and then some of the demographics that they went through, I say like their family index. It's, I mean, a middle class because of inflation is no longer middle class. They're on the fence line of poverty. And so I say all 3 of them have been affected. That's why I was wondering what that, if you know your time in the department, if it's been affected.
Yeah, you're right that in some areas, some of the formula will have either increased or decreased, and then in another area, it moved the opposite way, and so it averages out. So the effect is not as bad as it could possibly be. We still have a loss of just I'm thinking it's about 3 million, because I think last year it was 65.
And when is that meeting? Tomorrow? So, what's that?
Tomorrow through Friday.
Oh, so I hope you're part of that.
Yes, me and my group, Christy's been helping, and then Sheba's been helping. So Sheba presented last week at Newcomb, and then I'll be there tomorrow, and then Christy will be in Shiprock on Thursday.
Okay.
Anything further? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to item 5, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible items removed from consent agenda.
I believe F was already pulled off.
Yes, that is true. And also, I would like to pull D in respects to searching further funding sources for them, because I think certainly that the district can look at other options to help do that, to get those kids that opportunity. And so I would respectfully ask for someone to make a motion for item D to be pulled, because we do have time. I did believe you said it was in May, but again, the numbers that she was giving and pursuant to what they're trying to raise versus how many they'd like to send, because there may be a consideration to utilize other funding sources to help them with that. But that's gonna take a little bit of time and conversation with the superintendent.
In view of the fact that the budget presented was not concrete, I move that we pull.
And what
Was that D?
You have a question, Ms. Asmus?
He was asking a question first.
Oh, no, he was making a comment about, because they weren't very absolute clear or concrete on how many students, the actual cost, they're still in the process. And one of the concerns from Board Member So was the timeline and date. I believe that that trip is in May. And my point to the superintendent was to see if there's anything we can do. And I think through conversations, there might be some opportunities presented to be able to do that because of the makeup of the students, to be able to assist them. But to make that decision and judgment and to approve that with what they gave us, in my opinion, would not be judicious until we had some better numbers to work with.
In view of that, I make a motion that we pull that D from the consent agenda.
Further comment?
Yeah, because I'm comfortable with approving it now, because, I mean, the numbers are probably gonna change one way or the other.
And which item is
It
this?
seems,
D.
it seems okay. I don't wanna
D.
prolong this
That
longer
one
than it
says
has to be.
Indian policies?
No,
No. That's a unique trip for the Kirtland Central High School
Oh, okay.
business.
Okay,
I mean, to me, it seems okay to go. I mean, they just have to work with our administration to get more solid numbers, but it seems okay to go.
well, I'm reflecting back to the last where, which we didn't know occurred or what was happening, is that these trips are made and then, I think what was budget or what was allotted to them was 5,000 from IEC, remember? And I don't know if we've even, what came of that, but IEC, and I said, I didn't know that they could give such, were allowed to give such, and without report back to the board, because we're over here with our forums and wondering on how to support and sponsor, and yet we weren't told that this was happening over here in this subcommittee. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, but to your point is why I would like to pull that, because I
Right.
believe there is an opportunity to further assist, to ensure that we can get as many kids that do qualify, and again, pursuant to the response and to the board, it could change and fluctuate. But having said that, I think certainly by January's board meeting, we can have some concrete numbers, Superintendent, possibly. I think very
More
well. I think we
concrete,
could,
yeah.
absolutely. And then make that decision then and approve it with more specific funding sources to do so. So there's been a motion made to pull item D. Is there a second?
I second.
All right.
I'm sorry, I was
Yeah.
really reading
Yeah,
away.
with me,
I was waiting.
I'm ready to.
I'm sorry.
I'm ready to approve it. So.
Okay. All right, so there's been a motion and a second to pull item D. Can I have a vote? Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Mr. So?
No, I need to be approved.
Okay. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And I say yes, 4-1. Thank you, Mr. So, for your explanation. I appreciate that. So as it stands, consent agenda items D and F are pulled from that. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as amended?
I so move.
And I will second.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Ms. Aspis, did you get that? Ms. Ray? Vote, recall, or vote, please. Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Tribal?
Yeah, really, huh? Ms.
Yes.
Aspis?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And myself, that's yes. It's 5 to the affirmative. Consent agenda has been approved. On to item 7, executive session. Convene an executive session, discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion pertaining to the threatened or pending litigation regarding the San Juan Generating Stations, PRC, and Zuni lawsuit as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Someone would like to make a motion to go into executive session?
I so move.
Before
I second.
Hold on.
I have
Ms. Aspis, you have a comment?
yes, I have, I'm concerned, I'm concerned about the wording in this, and if it transpires into something different than what's on here, then, I just want to say that, I will contest the executive session,
Understood.
but I motion.
Okay, the motion has been made and a second has been made, I believe, to convene into executive session. Vote a roll call. Ms. Aspis?
There's the motion by Ms. Aspis,
Yep, second by Mr. Wells.
Mr. Wells.
Ms. Aspis also made.
Ms. Aspis, your vote?
Put on record.
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
I made the motion and she
Becomes something
seconded it.
that's not on.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Correction, Sharon.
Correction, Sharon.
Mr. Wells made the motion, seconded by Ms. Aspis.
We do have one. Mr. Wells, your vote?
Yes, I voted yes.
Okay. Mr. So?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And myself, yes, 5 to the affirmative. Time is now 7:57. Executive session B, reconvene in open session, stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals, expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion pertaining to threatened and/or pending litigation regarding the San Juan Generating Station PRC Zuni lawsuit as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. 8. I'm just gonna get ready to ask. Motion to reconvene.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
I second.
Well, roll call. Ms. Aspis.
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes.
Mr. So.
Yes.
Ms. Haskey.
Yes.
And I say yes. No actions be taken from the executive session. Item 8, requested action items and/or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting. Does anybody from the board have any requests, suggestions, considerations?
I think the follow-up, I do. The follow-up with the numbers regarding the special trip, the requests with the numbers. And then also the graduation, the actual graduation numbers. I think the principals all said that the scores would be in the end of this week. So by January, we should know definitively how many students are on track to graduate.
Anybody else? Mr.
Yes.
So. Ms. Aspis.
I would like, I don't know how to word it. Let Matt go. Let me see how I can word this.
Mr. So.
I'm not sure if the district has like any other like smaller. I mean, aside from like the short cycle assessments, do you have any like formative assessment data that can have us look at by some of the schools, like just to give us a snapshot or indication about how the schools are doing? Because you have the quarterly assessments, but then I believe the schools collect like other intermediate or other types of assessments that maybe we can look at.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the other one I requested was about attendance rates by school and also by grade level.
Superintendent? I believe he's alluding to something in regards to Moby Max and the ice station data
station especially,
that can be gathered, and looking at presenting that possibility.
And given that, at least from what I saw, was that there are definitely some issues with third grade that tells me that there's probably something going on, probably in like kindergarten, first, second, third grade. I don't know if you collect other data like you used to look at what's going on in those grade levels, even like Dibbles data or something else to give us.
The new Dibbles is I don't know if you want to hear that. Sort of the new Dibbles is called Ice Station, and they do that statewide. It's mandated. We do kindergarten, first, second, third. So we'll definitely have that prepared for you.
Okay.
Anything else, anybody?
And probably have that broken down by school and also grade level if possible.
Yep.
And I also would like to get some dates in regards to a board retreat.
Ms. Aspis? Anything?
Yeah, so on that SEG,
Mhm.
so that meeting's supposed to happen tomorrow and the next day. So I'd like a presentation on that, the next meeting. And then also maybe 3 years of the amounts 3 years back. I'd like to see.
Overall amounts of SEG or?
Yeah, what we were getting.
What about year by year from 2019 onward?
I think the safest, yeah, because that was before COVID.
Just before COVID.
Yeah,
Superintendent, that probably would 2019, 2020, and then successively to where we're at now. Okay.
and now I know what I was gonna say. I just wrote down homelessness, but I want to hear, invite chapter, Officer Debbie Yazzie.
Deborah Yazzie.
And what they are helping, I guess they're trying to help with the homelessness situation, and I was wondering what her, if she could give a presentation on that.
That's Vice President of the Shiprock chapter, correct?
I'm not sure.
I believe that's what she is.
Officer she
Okay.
is.
I'm sure we can extend an
So-
invitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can go back further to Ms. Aspas's request. To get a fuller picture or snapshot, we probably also need to add like the unit value, the SCG unit value, and also how many units were allocated at the time under that formula, because it at least give us an idea about what the unit value, what the student membership, student count, and how the final calculation was provided under the SCG at the time. If that adds greater context.
Yeah.
Because I think one of the big things that popped up as well is they're looking to change the calculation of how they calculate one of the parts of the SCG that they were looking at is called the Training and Experience Index. They're looking at moving that to a different way of how they calculate that. So it may come up with a different formula or numbers or figures for us, even if they change the unit value and also I guess they call it the MEM. MEM.
Yeah, it's MEM. MEM.
I think it's
Member.
I think
That's the
it's
member
Mimi.
count. Okay, if there's nothing further, we'll move on to item 9 plus Delta.
No, one more thing.
Oh, I'm
Board
sorry.
Member Gary Montoya.
Mr. Wells,
Can you hear me?
I believe Mr. Wells had a comment.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Because what I asked to be put on the agenda last time was not brought forth, I'd like that to be.
Which is?
To discuss a possibility of reducing 2 meetings to 1.
Discussion, okay. I'm sure we can have that on the agenda to have that discussion with the board.
And then also board consideration, I would like to have a retreat. We really do need to meet on some policies.
I didn't understand.
And then also on the reorganization. So if we can look at some dates and give some dates to superintendent that with availability, provide some suggestions for next month. Thank you.
Vice President Aspas, on the data you requested for SEG, I would actually recommend that we go back before the legislators started making changes for Yazzie Martinez, because that'll give us a good comparison for what it was before. Given that SEG presentation we were at, it sounds like even though they're throwing money in lots of different places, it's not a whole lot of change. So that would be my recommendation, so we can really compare where we are.
So we said back to 2019.
2019, 2020,
I think
and
we
that's
should
just
probably
right
go
at
back
the
to,
enactment
like,
of Yazzie Martinez.
Let me go back and check when they first started introducing legislation to fix Yazzie Martinez. I want to say it was a few years before 2019. It was before COVID.
Yeah, the decision was in 2018.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And I guess along with Secretary Wells, with the item that I asked for was our oath, the oath that the board
I'm sure we can
members
combine
take.
those two.
And And if we can unswear. D-O.
If there's nothing further, we'll move on to item 9 plus delta. Ms. Haskey, plus delta?
I think we covered a lot of stuff in a timely manner. Thank you for everybody's participation.
Mr. So?
Yeah, I believe we took care of a lot of business in the best interest of the district. I felt that some of the reports that we received, especially the data, the assessment data, it gave the board a very good snapshot about the direction of the district and our schools, and also room for improvement and goals for improvement. And hopefully it's a indication of what is going to happen next with our schools, and I hope we continue the trend that we're in.
Mr. Wells?
I appreciated the data that was presented. As well as the kids' participation in the business. No, I can't remember the acronym.
BPA.
Yes.
BPA.
BPA. I appreciated that and their enthusiasm and zeal.
Ms. Aspis?
I apologize for being late but I no longer have Leap Inc. So I had to finish out my shift. And also, I don't know how many people know, but today was the funeral services of a young lady that was part of the Kirtland Broncos. She was a state champion back in 2011, and she was killed Monday in a head-on, and really want to say condolences, to her family and friends and all those that supported her, and as a Bronco and even after leaving school. I think I was really, really happy that the principal was willing to do what they could as far as accommodating the parents, the family. So I saw Miss Westbrook here, and really appreciate that, because I know Rebecca would have went really out of her way, and just really something to see that kind of passion and support by our administrators and the community. So and that's what really disappoints me, when I see that passion is not showed by where it should be showed, is with the board, and that's that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have none at this point in time. Move on to the last item, which is officially adjournment. Someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Wells? Vote a roll call. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Ms. Asmus?
Yes.
And I say yes too. Meeting is adjourned.